Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 22nd of October 2025, and we are going to be doing some analysis today on the races. So, firstly, we are going to dive into two different tracks today. The first one is Eagle Farm. This is how Eagle Farm looks like. It is one of the places in Queensland. So, we've got about 7 races here. The last finishing mile from last bend to the finishing post is about 434 meters. So this is a longer stretch than Randwick, and we've got 7 races here. We've got a couple of maiden races, and all that is coming up. And the second track that we are going to do is Warwick Farm, and we have not done this in a long time, but we are going to try and see how that works. So this is Warwick Farm. The last finishing mile here is 326 meters. The shape of the track is like this triangle. These tracks they play a little differently. The difficulty is there with these tracks, but this is what we are going to do today. So I've the thing is, today there are 2 metropolitan tracks. One is in Brisbane, which is the Queensland track, the Eagle Farm, and the other one is this one. And I just thought that maybe for a change we should try and do 2 tracks at a time. We'll see how that works, and we will see how that works. So we'll see. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or the gates when we get the live stream. If we find that all the horses that we think are going to win, we don't do anything. We stay there and watch the races. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we often give it a shout out, and we wait for the results. It's horse racing analysis, where we try to find the winners, and we will see what we can do here today. We'll take a look at the first race today. Dow's, welcome back. Gatekeeper, welcome back. No audio? Can't hear me? I don't know why that's there. Dow's, can you check if you can hear me now? If all's good. Gatekeeper, can you hear me? We'll take a look at the odds at Eagle Farm to start with. 4865. Great. 4, 8, 6, and 5. So 4 is the favorite at Eagle Farm. So I've got both the things here. I've got the data for both the tracks. This is Warwick Farm. I just mentioned it in bold so that I don't make a mistake. I am very prone to make mistakes and mixing up races and all that. Just getting old. So I've just, kept it like this is WWF as in Warwick Farm. And the one which has got no mention is the Eagle Farm. So we'll see what happens here. So the first one is 4, 8, 6, and 5. 4, 8, 6, and 5. So the 4 is the favorite. Okay. The 4 is the favorite. Then it is a drop here. I'll tell you why, because that is how it is. That's the highest pressure. If we consider that to be a pressure, it's a negative 27. This is relaxed at negative 29. But that what this means is that probably all of them are, dicey horses anyway. But we have to figure out what are the best possibilities. So when we take a look at the leverage, we get these two horses, and the 2 doesn't look like it is in a shape today. The 4 has the rails and has the jockey. All that is there. The 8 is supposedly with the highest pressure, but both of them are drift. The others, which are in between, is what are there within the odds are these two horses. Okay. Now, one thing that I have done is, and I'll continue doing this, is I had to take a look at the body weights. So when I say body weight, we've been making silly mistakes because of the body weights, and so I have grouped them. Initially, what I was doing is I was taking 3, right? 3 of the highest body weights, and then I was not taking, I was not marking them. But now what I have started doing from today onwards is I'm marking each of them. So these 2 are the heaviest, then these 2 are there, then this one is there, which is a little higher, a little lower than these 2, but a lot heavier than these. So I have marked them separately so that when we take a look at these horses, we get to understand that they fall into the same group. We made a mistake the other day, and that was a very close one. I did not. I messed up because of that. So from today onwards, we are going to do that. So yeah, the 4 is the favorite, and the 4 is like that. See, the 8 is at 23. These 2 are definitely very heavy horses. They are heavy horses. These 2 are okay. The FR is also high, but they have not done anything in last 4 races. What they will do today is something that is very difficult to assume. An 8 is the right one, but one thing which is missing, I think, is 1. Now, if you look at what it is here. Okay. So these 2 are definitely those EWs, but this one is also one of the EWs, because these 2 are absolutely disastrous, and it stays here, okay, right after 6. Now, why 1 is a check? So there's not much difference between 4 and 1. They are also neighboring gates, almost the same body weight. But if we look at the advantage, then the advantage is more on 1. So this entire race is on advantage. The higher the advantage, the better it is. But the higher advantages also did not do anything. So they are the highest advantages. They also have been rated higher than these, and but they kind of got 4 races. We have no numbers to calculate what they can actually do. About the one, the one is can it win? Technically, it can. Okay, technically it can because of the advantage. If they are the same weight, then the advantage is higher on one. But this is the first one. I'm not going to argue this because they're also like that. They're like 50% bleeding, so they probably need to work on themselves. These guys have been bleeding, and they've been bleeding seriously. So what will happen after 4, or the 4 will actually win? It is not a clear go, all right? Because there are huge advantages on these. They have 4 races. They did not do anything. What they will do today, God only knows. The 4 is the favorite because of, there's still some numbers on 4. So it's got 6 races. We have a fair amount of, speed on this. It's a 1600 meter. So that's that. Plus, the biggest upside is the hand. So that's the biggest upside of this. And we'll see how that works. So 4 is the favorite. 4 has some, So yeah, that 4. I mean, it's got the physics, though it doesn't need the physics. It's a drift, but for a 1600 meter, it has the physics. It's got the stuff. So we'll see how it works. I'm not going to contradict this one. It's the first one. It's a maiden. It's not that we don't have numbers on this. We have numbers, but will it actually materialize is something that we will figure out. And why I am not so confident on this one, because all of them are very dicey. This is a race between dicey horses. Out of the dicey horses, 4 might be the best, but that best is not enough to be superbly confident on this horse. But it's the favorite. There's a jock who's very good on this. I'll take a look at the jock. Who is the jock? Maloney. So Maloney is on this and should work. Let's see. 4. Okay. The first one here, and the Warwick Farm. We have a lot of time. It's about 1 hour to go. So after this race, we will do the Warwick Farm and we'll see what we have there. So total 14 races today we'll do, and we'll see. This is the Eagle Farm, the one without marking. The Warwick Farm has the markings. Okay. Warwick Farm is marked like that. So It'll take about 5-10 minutes, 5 minutes, maybe 5 to 6 minutes. My server just downloaded 150 horses for the Melbourne Cup. It is still in the nomination, but uh, we'll see how many of them actually gets qualified. But there are 150 right now nominated for the Melbourne Cup. Last year it was 22 horses, 22 or 24 maybe. John, welcome back. 1EW.
Rail out 10.5 metres. Geelong favourite in the first for Ryan Maloney. Went up at 190. It's into 175 as horse 4. And Wiley Jack is the second pick, number 8. $3.50 this morning. 3 to 3.20 very late. And the other one in single figures, hard as Brock, number 6. $7 chance with soft out for the opening. 460 figures, 70 seconds away, and they're assembling at the start. Quick look over the bookies and the late action there. Geelong is 180, 190 into 180 back to $1.85. Placed both runs this campaign. And it's 2 placings from 6 starts so far. Wiley Jack is 3 to $3.10 for CJ Graham, who's a $23 chance in the Jockey Challenge, behind Ryan Maloney, who rides the favourite here at the first. Hardest Brock is 7, $7.50 back to 7, and bait number 2 for Justin Huxtable, 18.19 back into $17. That's been David Fowler. A very good afternoon from Eagle Farm.
Hello, Marto. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, everyone. First of 7 today. We got 55 final runners, final acceptors, so it's a light day numbers-wise. Only the 7 races. Geelong dominates the market, 180, number 4, but number 8, Wiley Jack, there's been good support for the 310, whereas 6 Harders Brock has been soft at $7. So punters sorting it out to be between Geelong and Wiley Jack, but Geelong will run the favourite. But a letting well. Ava Red goes up. Hardest Brock moves in. Last 2 to come up, Geelong and also Baden will be set for
The 4 is getting
first
tailed.
race today.
Okay.
Running 1,600 metres. Finds the guys a good breeze. It's a perfect day for racing as Bait goes in. Starter picks up the button. They're set for the first. Track is now assessed as a good 4. Light flashing. All set. No breakers yet. One of the barrier boys going in to lend some assistance to one of the runners. Racing. In the end, Bait began the best. Wiley Jack, the second favourite, nicely away. Hard as Brock pushes forward. And just for good measure, Zephyrines up there as well. So there are 4 going from early. So no lead for too long. Maloney, though, happy to settle the odds-on favourite in 5th position outside of Black Assassin. And Ava Red settles at the tail end. Let's see what this leading division sorted out with 1,200 metres left to go. Wiley Jack takes control. Wiley Jack by lengths to Hardest Brock, sitting up second on his outside, and Zephyrine is going to secure the box seat run in third. A length away, Bait in fourth, 1 too long, written patiently in fifth, in what is now developing into a slow speed mid-race. 3/4 of a length to Ava Red, second last at Black Assassin. He's not handling this slow pace too well at all. He's throwing the head about, so the jockey needs to make a move as they really slow things down. Halfway home, 800 left to run. Wiley Jack wheeling and dealing from Hardest Brock. There goes Black Assassin going up 3 wide to tackle the leading pair. Zephyrine still giving a good run in fourth on the fence. Bait was next. Geelong is now back to second last, and Ava Red whips them in. Heading towards the home turn, 500 left to run. A line of 3 up front. Wiley Jack, Hardest Brock, keeping Black Assassin off the track, who's now under some pressure. Bait starts to run on, then came Zephyrine, who gets the gap. Geelong near the inside, and Maloney's righty hands at the heels. He's starting to work into the picture. Just needs a bit more room to move, and to forget about Ava Red. All of a sudden, on the outside, Hardest Brock went to Wiley Jack. Geelong is driving up between them. Has to go on his bike now. Wiley Jack's still the leader. Geelong is trying hard. Wiley Jack taking a punch. They reach the line. Wiley Jack beat home Geelong. Hardest Brock third, and then came Bait, Zephyrine, Ava Red, and a gap to Black Assassin. Last over the line.
6.
of whoever led was going to control
6-4.
the slowly run race, and then he thought Tulong would lead, but
No,
that wasn't
8.
the case. Wiley Jack's jockey, CJ Graham, was more than happy to take control,
8-4-6.
and it's paid dividends because he's been able
3.
to lead all of the way. They backed off the tempo. There was a little bit of pressure coming to the turn, but Wiley Jack has rallied well. Tulong, you got it?
Has run second, and Hardest Rock runs third. So it's 8-4-6-2 should be fourth. CJ Graham and Wiley Jack. First winner to start number 4 for Kelly Schweder. And there's 6 races to go.
8-4-6-2.
From tomorrow, due in about 50 seconds from now. And the fixed odds fate.
Eight. 8, 4, then 6, and 2. Four was getting tailed. It was not easy, but that thing pulled off. And that's what it looks like. No, I mean, all of them are like that. So anyways, we go to the next. It's 1,000 meter. One has been scratched. 6, 3, 2, and 4. So 6 is the linear, okay? And right, so what we are looking at here is, Eagle Farm. We should consider about 30 to 35% of the odds actually materializing. So that's the first thing. So 35% is about the thumb rule here. At 30 to 35. 35 is also a little, too much. So the 6 is the favorite. And now, this horse with this one is 26, 72. So the horses of this particular profile, where it's about 26 and 72. Generally, this profile is about 150 on any given day. So I mean, I can pull up this one. So if we look at this particular race, where the 7 and these two horses, all right. So here it is 155. The 6 came in second, all right. The 7 actually won. The 1 was the favorite, that did not work. The 7 won from gate number 11, and the 6 came in second. So here it is generally a horse of this particular profile is about at 155 to 150. This one is basically half of that. This one is basically half of that, and the reason could be it is a country trained horse or something like that. It's a horse which is country trained, and that's why it is half. But even after half, it is the highest. It's 1,000 meter. There's going to be pace in this race, and this is how it looks like. Is it going to be easy? So this is the second linear, which is up here. This is the first linear. If we take out the difficulty, it is still higher. All right. If we take out the difficulty from here, it is going to be something around 30, 39. But the pressure is adequate on this. The pressure is adequate. I mean, this horse is basically, this is an advantage for this particular horse, for that particular profile. This is an advantage. This thing generally climbs up to 150, right? We generally get a mirror of 350 plus here, but it is a 72. So I think the odds are right. This one will go through. Whether 3 will get in is, that's a separate thing. I mean, generally it is like that. That's the highest advantage. That is the highest advantage. Okay, but we are not going to get into all those speculations today. We'll just stick to the basics, the wins that are possibly we are looking at. That's a little, I mean, I don't know, at a class 3 here at Eagle Farm, I'm not going to look at all that. But in general, I think, I mean, we know the arithmetic, how it works. If these two are the highest pressure lines, this is at 65, 117, 70 to 27, then we have to have the thing in between. So the odds are right. 6-3, that's right. Whether that'll work, I don't know. This is only the second race. It's a class 3. We are talking about benchmark probably 50, 55. So we'll see how that works. I think it should, ideally it should work. I like this. The 6 is good. I like this. Ideally it should be here, 635. That's how it is. The 4 that they have, or the 2 that they have, they kind of like that. I don't know whether that will work, but the odds are right. But it should fall to 5. Why it'll go to anything else is something that I don't know. But it should fall on 5. But that's besides the point. 6 looks good. We'll see if the 6 wins. 6 should do it. That's a 25% leverage on this. All right, and the dark side is it's a 25% leverage on this. There's a jock, but he's not the best jock. There's no vacation. The pressure is there. Whether it'll cope up, we'll get to see that. The pressure is good. It's 72 mirroring 177. There's no reason for this horse not to be able to do this. There's no reason. It's a linear. This is the second one, the 5, which is also in a good hand. Which is also in a good hand. The 6 is good. We'll see how it works. The 6 is good. The 6 is good. I'm going to keep it here only because I'm going to keep it here only, otherwise I'm not able to open them properly. Anyway, so Warwick Farm is 37 minutes and this one is 20 minutes. We'll take a look at the Warwick Farm as well. This is the first one at Warwick Farm. And the odds are 6, 13, 9 and 3. 6, 13, 9 and 3. 6. This one doesn't have the physics. It's got the management, but it doesn't have the physics. It's a 1300 meter. And it also falls 9. Ideally should be. $32, 108, 6. The problem is that there is no jock with this particular horse. The 6 is the second linear. It's one of the heavyweights. And here it is also like that. That's probably the right odds as well. I mean, looking at what it is. But 6, we are going to give it a break because there's no jock on this. And this is, again, the first one, 1300 meter maiden. We don't know what is going to work. They have the right thing, but there are two problems with this. The 6 is good, okay, but on a 1300 meter, that is not the right pressure from gate number 7. That's the problem. The 6 is good, but we'll see how it works because it's a maiden one, and from gate number 7, that does not look right. So we'll talk about this a little more when we get there, but so far it is the favorite. It is the second linear. It's got the physics, geography, everything to win. But the problem is again the pressure, because the pressure from gate number 7 is not enough. It needed more, and I don't know. The 2 is not there. The 2 also has a problem because this side is missing. So technical problem is there with 2. In that case, if the 9 goes through, then it goes through. This one, we'll see. Saturday, we've got some big races coming up. So, Saturday is going to be good, but we'll see how it goes today. It'll catch up the pace in about 30 minutes because right now we're waiting for Eagle Farm. Eagle Farm is still about 10 minutes to come, but once Eagle Farm is there, then within 15 minutes, I think we will have Warwick Farm. So it's going to be one after another. Ideally, it should happen 6, 3, and 5. Ideally, it should be like 6 and 3. Should be. If they get in because of the jock making a mistake, you're not supposed to rave this horse. If he raves, then there is a problem. And from gate number 6, that's the last gate. There's a strong chance he's going to rave this. If he raves it, then it'll become dicey. You win 4-5.
Modes. We'll wait to find out to a date or which date it will be run, but the Cup in particular is obviously of huge importance because it's our Melbourne Cup qualifier. We've also got those on the Derby Trail in the listed Geelong Classic. We'll be keen to have a go as well. So at this stage, it's been postponed to a date yet to be determined at Geelong, but we've lost the last 6 races today. Second event at Eagle Farm, Cabaletta off an all-the-way win. First up at Woomba is the favourite. We're number 250. It's just into $2.40. Gilliana, number 4 for Emily Lang. Tony Goll on the move to beat it. Is $6 into $3.70. The two key ones with tab. Late with the bookies, $2.45 out to $2.50 for Cabaletta, and Gilliana is $5.50 into $3.80, attracting very good support everywhere you look. Cabaletta for David, though, we join him.
I like Cabaletta because I think she can lead all of the way, but I must have been yesterday when the prices went up. I noticed that Gillian just kept getting out. I couldn't understand the disrespect for her because this should be a great setup where she's drawn a 1. She'll either lead or sit behind the leader. She loves 1,000 metres, so 2 wins this campaign have been for 1,000 metres. So the market is now favourable towards her, quite favourable in fact. 380 tab, and Cabaletta is still rock solid at 250. The ones that we're seeing get out are Dream Smart to 550. We needed a lead there. Mercy and 650. Mashani Ego 650. And we feel the 6, but they're beginning to move in now. Up goes Cabaletta. Mercy moves in. So Dream Smart, I presume, sit over with the last one up. Then the barrier break. So we're just about ready to rock and roll at the second at Eagle Farm.
Yeah, this is weird. They have horses under blankets and all that. I don't know if the 6 is under blanket.
So the first, second against first was dismissed. Wiley Jack leading all of the way. Set down. Ready to break. Juliana jumped well. Cabaletta Again, only fairly, but now goes to the lead from Juliana. Mashani Ego settling in third. They're followed then on the outside by Lady Sadie. Then came Mercy and Dream Smart. I'll tell you what, for a 1,000-metre race, they're not going that fast. Caballero dictating nicely in the lead. Mashani Ego right there in second. Juliana poised in third.
For 1,000 meters, they're not going that fast.
Lady Zadie falls the outside. Mercy the Dream Smart, the last pair. Dream Smart being
Right, run, baby.
Caballero should have plenty of gas in the tank. She's in a dream run in front of her. Juliana gets the inside run to try and come after it, but Caballero was spreading strongly. Then Mashani Ego, Dream Smarter, followed by Lady Zadie, and then came Mercy. Caballero's the leader. Juliana on the inside is trying ever so hard. Then Mashani Ego and Dream Smarter. It's Caballero in front of her.
Tuna, welcome back.
Caballero was too good.
6-3. 6-3-5. That was how it should have played. Tuna. 6-3-5.
260 on the New South Wales. Beating Dream Smart. And then for third, 5 looks prominent, and that's Mashani Ego. And 2 finishes off hard. Mercy in between runners to take a dive at it. May well miss, but wait for the judge. 6 beats 3, 5 and 2, I think, are the 2 key ones for third and fourth. Just taking a look at this roll-on. Back-to-back wins for Caballetto. Now for third, 5 certainly looks prominent. There's another one.
6-3-5.
Prominent as
and
well.
then 2 probably.
6-3 in photo. Probably 5 for third tomorrow on race number 2. With 5 races to come. Bendigo has a 13-race card commencing at 90 seconds from now. Hindle Express is off the inside favourite at 250. This out from 240. Come on, Fox number 4 is a second.
Not played okay. 6. Then 3. Then 5. And then 2. Six, 3, 5. That played okay. I like that. That happened. Anyway, we'll go to the next. This is a maiden one. Come on. 3610 has been scratched, so 3610 is not there. 11219. I don't know about that 11. That 11 is the favorite. That 11 is the favorite. The 5 is the linear, but doesn't have the riddles to win this. Nine is also no races. We've got nothing, but it is an EW. These two are the top rated. It's a very good hand. 24, 7. 24, 17. Probably two. Probably two. On the third one here at Eagle Farm. Probably two. I'll just mark it here like two. That should be it. And Warwick Farm, we are about 9 minutes to go. Warwick Farm, we spoke about this. So Warwick Farm, the 6 is the favorite. It's got the physics, mathematics, everything, but from gate number 7, and this is a 326 meter straight. So the first one will just watch. This is like that. The highest pressure is on 2, which is the linear, but it doesn't have the rails to win this. It's a good one. Then it is this one, the 6, 36. This is also falling a little bit. 6, 13 is again the advantage, which is up here from gate number 4. So ideally it's 6, 13, 2 if the 9 doesn't get in. The problem with the 9 is the jockey. We will figure out how this thing is getting handicapped, because this is a tricky handicapping. Whenever it goes on negative on the jockey side, it is a trouble. We'll see why and how that happens today here. But 6 is the favorite. We'll see how it works. Physical fun.
I guess a little bit of a twilight sort of time slot for us. I'm not used to that in Sydney, so looking forward to seeing how that track plays today. Rolling the true should be pretty fun. Should be pretty fast with that warm weather out there, and just hope that horses handle the parade pretty well. But I'm sure horses will look out after out there at Warwick Farm.
Your best bet comes up in race number 4, Full How, and she's been back to the trials.
She has, yeah. I thought she ran on really well for this Armado at 1,300 metres. Step to a mile looks ideal. She can settle much closer this time and hopefully finds the race with a bit more tempo too. So she won second up at a mile last campaign. J-Max sticks today, and I think she looks well suited.
In the first, which is a maiden at 1,300 metres in windy conditions, Miss Lola is your top pick. Freshened off her lead first up third here at 1,200.
Yeah, look, I thought the horse that ran really well on that occasion behind Surf's Up. A race that's certainly going to prove to be a decent form reference for this. Draws to get a good run. Step out to 1,300 metres is going to suit here as well. So right in the mix. I thought on the line was a great chance too. I thought the effort last time behind Ripley was really good. Beat home Chicama, who's coming out and won assist to frank the form out of that race, and there's actually been 3 winners out of that race, so the form sets up quite nicely. 10 Fifth Legion. Look, I thought the first up effort behind Miss Freeload was pretty good. That horse going around sort of $4 chance in a much stronger race there on the weekend. And I'm running the 3 Big Tiger as well, who's been trialling nicely. Look, slow time the latest, but going to respect Waterhouse on debut. I expect them to be aggressive early from that white drop.
And Miss Lola is clear, marking her with a tab fix, $3.60 into $2.70. Let's cast our eye over the bookies' late action. Last 15 minutes of the trade sees the favourite Miss Lola $3.10 into $2.70. On Malone, it's $3.70 into 4, just back into $3.90. Put everywhere for number 9, Re-Savant, which is on debut. Send them back $200,000. A Lonro 3-year-old for Chris Waller, placing both recent trials. Third here in the most recent. What's the read, Dubbo?
James McDonald rides here on debut, who finished third, as you said, at Warwick Farm over the 800. So, the fact that it's obviously trained out of the Warwick Farm base here and was pushed along in that recent trial, only beaten just under 2 lengths. It was a solid enough performance for the debut here at 1300. So, getting those fitness levels up, it looks like a horse that will get a bit of ground. So,
Lee, this is the first one. The 6 looks dicey. I don't know what will happen, but the 6 doesn't have the right pressure from gate number 7. Right now, 13 is the favorite, which is going to run neutral. I'm going to watch this. This one is the first one. It's a maiden. We'll see how it works. The first one is a maiden. We've got both. We've got the Eagle Farm and the Warwick Farm. We've got both today. We're going to do both the tracks.
Well-bred filly who I think there's a bit of depth to that Super Maiden, Super Fillies and Mares Maiden back on September 24 here at Warwick Farm. Thought she hit the line quite nicely. The step up in shrift looks ideal. And look, I didn't think there's a lot between her and On the Line here, to be honest. I think On the Line, it's going to get forward from that mid-draw and it should be really hard to run down. So they were the 2 that I was focusing around in the first.
And a big midweek high at Darren Ferndale.
Quite hot, obviously.
10 not bad, but very wide gate.
Temperature, and that will slide down a bit with the
10 not bad, but very wide gate for a maiden 1300 meter.
So obviously windy conditions can.
It's a very wide gate till up to benchmark 70.
Best bank she's been Miss Lola into 270 now.
But
it wasn't all that long ago. She was 310 now. 270.
We'll see how it works. I mean. Warwick Farm is 326 meters straight, so it's best that the maiden.
So it could well be beneficial for those
you better take the notes.
Early stages of the straight, and then those being exposed late for the last sprint. Miss Lola should tick that box. Rhea Savan has tried well enough. Number 9 here on debut. But on Malone, who goes into this race fit, having had the 3 runs in, had led up at Rose Hill a few weeks back when Ripley burst on the scene. On Malone should be handy to the speed at 370. Okay, we're just getting an update of exactly what's going on here. Broadcast. Okay, so the problem here is the bridle's now broken with tyre finale, so they're going to find a replacement. That's the reason for the hold-up. The bridle is now broken, so that's just causing a bit of a delay for the loading process. So 370 about on Malone. Tom Sherry aboard, and Rio Suvan, number 9. Price there at $5. Had enough trials, this Lonro gelding. And the latest of those was behind Zoo Royal here at Warwick Farm and was able to stay an okay in that trial. We're just hearing news in regards to Geelong, which has been called off today. Simon Harrison just reporting on Sky Sports Radio. Those races will be rerun tomorrow. The last 6 races which were called off will be rerun at Geelong tomorrow. Now, we're still working on time finale here behind the start, so the wind has played havoc with that meeting at Geelong. Nowhere near as strong here in Sydney, but certainly windy enough. We're still waiting the loading process here on the first of the day, now minus 4 minutes. So the favourite, Miss Lola at 270 and on the loan at 370. Righto, thanks Simon for that up-to-date news in regards to Geelong rerunning tomorrow, the last 6 races. Yeah, still waiting on this bridal business to be sorted out on Ty Finale, who's a $81 pop, the rank outsider of the field. The big roughie holding up the start on the 7-race card today. Just know the decision was made to put the races back to try and avoid the real heat of the day. So race 2 now rescheduled to 4 o'clock, the 3rd to 4:35, race 4 at 10 after 5, race 5 at 5:45, and then 30-minute gaps to bring us home. Race 6 at 6:15, race 7 at 6:45, and that's about 30 minutes prior to sunset this evening. Oh, what's happening here with Ty Finale? Still no success. Horse going backwards at the moment. So waiting the call-up. Hawkesbury on tomorrow. And of course, Spring Champions Day coming up at Randwick on Saturday. See Within the Law's going to back up. The filly Within the Law against Torona age group there on Saturday. This Miss Lola, for several in this train by Chris Waller, having run well enough in the Super Maiden here on September 24 behind Surf's Up, making ground from back in the field. So these horses have been behind the barriers now for quite some time on this windy, very warm day. As mentioned earlier, the wind, particularly down the home straight, will be a headwind. Just looking at on Sky 1 now, pretty much outlining that. With the flags pointed towards the home zone. So still 280 here about Miss Lola, and on Malone 370 did show a bit of speed there at Rosehill last time out. Ex-wife, he's got blinkers on today, ex-wife, but not wanted. Big Tiger on debut's been kept safe. Cold by So You Think, so the timing would be nice if Big Tiger was successful, trained by Gay and Adrian. Big Tiger at $6.50. Got a lot of scratchings for this program today. Almost 50% of the acceptors pulled the pin at scratching time this morning. But there were pretty big fields to start with. Okay, we'll get an update now on Ty Finale. Coming out. 2 fractures, and that's the end of the section there. So, Ty Finale has held us up for 8 minutes, has been withdrawn now. It's proving very difficult to sort the bridle issue out, so they are moving in now. Moving in alone for the first of the day. Now, Miss Lola.
13-3.
Miss Lola moving in.
13 has a lot of advantage.
Goes into the gates.
13 has a lot of advantage, but it is also going to run neutral. So
Swift Legend is getting set. And also, Big Tiger. So Big Tiger moves in, and the Swift Legend now is the last 2 to go forward. Swift Legend moves in out of the outside drawer, and now we're finally locked and loaded. And the gates are back now. We're off. Big Tiger jump well, set it on Malone going forward, and ex-wife Handy with Swift Legend wide out. Miss Lola not too far from the action, followed them by tucking up on the inside is Ria Sivana. And settling back towards the rear of the field is Flacklands. Late scratching was Ty Finale. Ex-wife going up and having a pop it on Malone for the lead. In a handy third is Big Tiger the outside. Then Miss Lola from Ria Sivan, Swift Legend, and Flaxland's last of a bunch field. Ex-wife has a bit to say in the lead here, a neck in front to on Malone. With Big Tiger a handy third, a half length away, 3 wide. Then Miss Lola from Ria Sivan, Swift Legend the outside being ridden up now. And with a bit of a sprint going into it, Flaxland's being ridden up at the rear of the field. It's ex-wife on Malone and Big Tiger the outside. Followed by Swift Legend chiming in 4 wide. Miss Lola's right behind them. There's a little gap opening up now. 300 to go on Malone and charging through now is Miss Lola, Swift Legend, Big Tiger still there. It's Swift Legend the outside. Miss Lola really driving hard on the inside. Flex on for the great runway. Swift Legend still in front though. Swift Legend's got the money. Swift
10, 12.
now for the riders. And Flex on's closing up. A gap from the back there.
10.
Sivan from Malone got tied. Ex-wife last.
Behind Swift Legend and Jason Collin, just short of 10 to win on the New South Wales, 2:30 for the place, and it's close for second.
Lee, you were right about that 10. The 10 looked good, and the 10 went through. See, the 6 did not have the right pressure from gate number 7. So it had to work with the advantages, but the problem is the advantage which is on 13 is going to run neutral. That's why I said this is not great. And the 10, you had a nice pick, Lee, but again, that was from gate number 11, so I did not have much confidence on that. These two were definitely tricky. This one was running neutral. This one did not have the right pressure. The 2 was running, it was with the pressure, but it lacked the physics. And then the 9 was the EW. This is from gate number 10. And the 12 also got there. And the 12 also got there. So it was pretty much dicey. This one was pretty much dicey. We'll go to the other one, but before that, we'll finish the race here at Eagle Farm. Yeah, I mean, Gatekeeper, the reason why I was skeptical is because of 2 factors. One was the pressure was not adequate from gate number 7. That's not the thing. Then it had to go to the advantages, but the advantage which was there was running neutral. Neutrals are very dicey horses. Those horses are very dicey. And I seriously have no clue when actually it clicks. At times it works, at times they don't. And the don't is on an average a lot more than the do's. Out of 10, maybe 9 times the neutrals won't get there. But that 1% of time the neutral will get there. But that is like, is a very rare occasion. It's a very rare occasion. So we are dealing with this one. The 11 is the favorite, God knows. But the value to risk on those horses are huge. I mean, even if you like that, let's say we like the 10, all right? How confident anyone is going to be to put money on that 10 from gate number 11 on the basis of just advantage? On the basis of just advantage, that's way too much. Your risk to value proposition is huge. Yeah, the two probably, but I would recommend that, stay out. It is the best hand. Okay, it is the best hand. The 11 is the favorite for some reason, maybe the jock, but the 2 is from gate number 7 at 24 negative. Here, that thing from gate number 6 at a negative 17, stormed in. So it should not be a problem from gate number 7. We have no other pressure, but then again, having said that, the 1 is there, which is here, we don't know whether that will work because it has got 1 race, it did not do anything. The 2 probably is there in some way or the other, but still it is not a clear go. It is not a clear go.
It has been crunched, Lady Milan, to win on debut. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. They posted 195 15 minutes ago, snapped up into $1.50.
11 jockey is not working today.
Zangier amongst the rivals, number 1, 8.50 out to 11, back into $9. If you want one of longer odds, extreme taste.
It's probably 2, but it's ideal to stay out of these races. They
really popular here to win on debut. David thinks it will as we join him.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andrew. Interestingly, with this horse, Lady Milan, the trials have been good. Not often we see Tony trial them on 3 separate occasions before we first start, but she's had 3 official trials. They've been in slow times, but worthy to note that Ben Thompson has been on her each time, so he knows her well, and she looks to get a good run from that barrier. And I've been saying this right through the morning, not just in the last 10 minutes from when, as you've outlined, Mardo, she's been crunched, but the support has been relentless since, markets were released yesterday at 420, but 290 you could have secured around scratching time this morning, but she's just kept tumbling in as the hours have gone by. Now at $1.60. So,
welcome back.
Languages and
1 EW.
She is extremely well fancy. So for those under 420, you've shot well. Now, Wayburn, Zangier, and Gold Stars will be the last 3 to move up. 3 out of line for the 3rd race today. Capilano won the previous race. She was the favourite. Justin Hux will have the ride, led all the way. And Wiley Jack led all the way in the 1st, the 2nd favourite. The Gold Stars goes up. They're all in and ready to break in the 3rd, 1,000 metres.
You're welcome, Vishwan. Thank you for being here.
Lady Milan has stepped quite well, about 3rd or 4th away. Vesperling showing speed. Zangier goes fast. And Wayburn's got toe, but 3 wide of the early part. Lady Milan will balance 4th, and Daytona will have to be 5th. Followed then by Zoostrology, Extreme Taste, a couple of weeks away. Ali out of the tail, Ali out of the tail with Gold Stars. 600 metres left to run. The leader was Zangier, held together, led for Vesperlin by Nick. Lady Milan has the box seat in third, ready to strike. Then came Wayburn, followed by Extreme Taste. To the outside, Daytana's the Astrology even wider. A long margin of the other pair, Ali and Gold Stars. Zangier the inside, Vesperlin the outside. And Lady Milan's lead for a run. The gap was half closing there. She's trying to come through, but going by her there was Wayburn. Vesperlin on the inside, Wayburn the outside. Lady Milan is coming through now. Big finish coming up. They hit the line photo. I'm not sure here. Lady Milan drove through to be in a gap with Vesperlin. Wayburn's on the outside. Extreme Taste got right up on the inside. Flying when it was all over. It was a fluctuating finish. Then came Astrology Daytona, followed by Zangier, who weakened, and the tail end pair were Gold Ali, Raleigh Ali, and Gold Stars.
They play like this.
What's happened here? Vesperlin, Lady Milan.
I think the one got there. Five.
Extreme Taste the inside. Lady Milan will be stiff if she's got beaten because she was desperately trying to get a run. It finally came. Let's watch this now. It looks as though Vesperlin has got the head down.
1-5.
It's hard to describe everything. So much was happening in a short space of time. Vesperlin and Wayburn were fighting it out. Lady Milan got the run, came through on the centre.
Kevin, 5-11-8. 5-11-8.
Beat them all a few more strides. No numbers as yet. Photo wall placings to a busy finish, competitive finish. Vesperlin has broken through. It's been a long haul to get there. Start 14 today, but 5 has got it. Vesperlin, Jason Murray for Dale Groves. 11th second, Lady Milan. Ben Thompson for Tony Godden. 8 third, Wayburn, Andrew Mannion for Matt Dunn. And 4 was 4th, Extreme Taste. 5, 11, 8 and 4 heads and noses will separate them, and that's the way the judge sees it, and he's confirmed it.
5-11. That was what? Five. Five, the linear, the 5-year-old mare. It did not have the physics, but it won. 11 was not there. And whatever little pressure that is, 5, 11, 8, 10, 11. So the support was there. 5, 8, 11, and 4, I think. This one. Bad one. Anyway, we'll go to number 4. Eagle Farm number 4. Before that, let's do the Warwick Farm number 2. So this happened. Now this is Warwick Farm number 2. There are only 4 horses, and we, this thing plays very, very, very dicey. Is something not right with RaceNet today? They kind of It's terribly slow today. The racenet.com here is very slow. I'm not able to open that website. It's not working. Okay. All right, finally. 163 and 7. One is the favorite. 6, 3. 7 is the last. Okay. So this is a 1400 meter. Now the one is the favorite. It is 152. Like we've done this. The thing is right on this. Okay, the pressure is right. One is ideally the favorite, but I'll tell you the problem with this race. This is a mixed sex. All right, there are 2 mares, 2 colts in here. This is the worst kind of any race that anybody can get involved with. Why? Because firstly, it is like 4-horse race. They don't even realize that they're in a race. That's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is this, that in a mixed sex, if you put 2 mares and 2 colts, all right, if you put 2 mares and 2 colts with gates sharing and all that is happening, then they get sexually active. And in that case, the mares, they work very differently. This is where we used to take a look at the paddock to find signs where we could figure if the mare is behaving weirdly. So firstly, it is a mixed sex. Secondly, it is 4-horse. Thirdly, we still have to figure out how these jockey handicapping is working, because this is after a long time. I have not been racing Warwick Farm or any of these tracks for a very long time now. When the jockey handicapping goes on negative, it actually goes on negative on these tracks. All right, generally the jockey handicapping doesn't go on negative, but here the jockey handicapping goes on negative on these tracks, Warwick Farm and Eagle Farm, not Eagle Farm exactly, but Warwick Farm and Warwick, the other track, they go on negative. So one is the favorite. Ideally, one should win with the pressure. It's a 1400 meter. That's a fantastic pressure on this horse. That should win. But you are dealing with the most volatile piece of work that can happen in horse racing. So again, this is not the right race to get involved. This is not the right race. The one has the pressure. All that is good, but it is a mare. There are colts in here. It's a 4-horse race. If that mare stops running and starts following one of the colts because she falls in love with one of them, then it is upside down. Then it is upside down. And that we have seen numerous times happening. Numerous times. If you go back and watch some of the races that we've done last year, we used to talk about all this when we did not have the pressure calculation, that we were not doing the calculation of the pressure. We worked with this rigorously. So this is not the right kind. There are things that you need to look for. One is a blinker. A blinker on any of the horse will help. Will it win? That's a separate proposition. The 6 doesn't have the rails. Winning is difficult, but this is a 4-horse race. Nothing matters. Whoever gets the lead, anybody who's got the lead will win. Anybody falls behind will lose. And it is a mixed sex. So we'll see how that works. The one is the bad idea. John Boom 21. John had 1 and 5. I went through. That was brilliant to John. That was supposed to go wrong and it went wrong. They'll get Warwick Farm now. Is that you, Simon? It was a disaster, John. It was a disaster. So, I was constantly trying to figure it out. I mean, the only place that can give us a little idea is Moonee Valley. But the last race that we did at Moonee Valley is not helping. We might have to do another Moonee Valley. Moonee Valley is going to give us a little more clarity on the distance versus the pressure. Moonee Valley is a very important track right now. It'll give us that clarity on the distance versus pressure, because what we've seen, it's a rough idea that I have that some gates will not work for certain pressure, but there has to be a numerical representation of that shows that exactly how the pressure is calculated on that gate or on that particular distance for that gate. So Moonee Valley is the right destination for that, but that's why. Yeah, Kevin Lee, 4-horse race, bad one. It's a recipe for a disaster. Yeah, Chris Waller is going to win anyway, but you and I getting involved into this is a bad idea. It's a mixed sex, 4-horse. Probably the Colts will have advantage. Yeah. Maybe, we'll see. And the reason I took 2 of these tracks today, because I don't know which one is going to play better. Both of these are metro tracks. I just took both of them today. Warwick Farm.
Frosty Girl, we're riding with it. We were, now we're riding with Pictor around to the start point. Let's have a look at what's happening very late. Last 15 minutes of the trade with the bookies has the favourite, Frosty Girl, 185 into 170 is best backed, and Alabama Fox, clear mover everywhere to beat it. 420, 440 into $3.80. Alabama Fox is the only non-Waller runner in the field of 4 here, Dover.
There you go, mate. Yeah, and look, she's a very talented mare. Did good things in that last preparation. Like I said, I just expected a little bit more from her there first up the other day, but maybe she needed that run over the 1250, stepping up to 1400. It's going to be much more to her liking.
Legit, man.
She should have finished a lot closer after the James Carr at Group 3 level last prep. He's got too far back running well, and then just hit that heavy 10 before the break, and wasn't able to get the job done as favourite. But she's come back and a couple of soft trials. Like I said, Shay disappointing fresh, but she's better than that. Gets a chance to show it today.
And she won second up in her debut preparation at Kembla Grange at this trip and been home 3 subsequent winners.
Yeah, the format of that was good, wasn't it?
The chances are the 6 might just, if we get a blink on any of those.
they may
Need a
that
blinker.
much improvement in that preparation.
There are no
Basically
blinkers, I
going
think.
from maiden through to Group 3 level, it always bodes well for their future. And I think she's going to be a better horse this campaign, albeit off that disappointing first up run.
It's on big, well backed as the favourite Frosty Girl, promising lightly raced 4-year-old mare. Got to give them all at least 2.5 kilos today.
Yeah, that's always a bit of a concern first up, isn't it? But look, she's had a couple of trials to get ready for it. She looks at a sort of Saturday class mare in the making of what we've seen in her 2 runs today. Gave them a start latest and won very impressively. Showed a really good turn of foot that day as well. And, beat Sanso on debut, who's nice.
3 is a grey.
So if the form looks good, needs to handle the occasion with 60.5 first
Oh,
up.
1400 metres. 3 is a grey.
But look, only a small field, but she won't be far away.
Here's Darren for the second.
Frosty Girl at 170 here at jump time. The weight carrier of the small field. Righto, thanks, Marto. Moving in well here for the second, and we're getting close to action, and they're all locked and loaded now. Gates are back, they're off and racing, and Alabama Fox is going to wind up out of the gates and is going to lead early from pit door. Frosty Girl settles behind, and Philatelic improving on the rails. So Alabama Fox is staying well off the fence with Philatelic improving. Frosty Girl just shadowing at the outside, and Pictor just dropped back a few lengths and is going to clearly settle at the rear of the field. Alabama Fox at the 1,000 metres being joined and headed now by Philatelic, who put the head in front. 2 further back to the hot favourite Frosty Girl, the odds-on favourite, and about 4 lengths further back to Pictor now. They've got 800 metres to run. Philatelic outsider here on the small field, a half in front to Alabama Fox. Frosty Girl travelling nicely in third, just starting to close the gap a little bit in last spot is Pictor. 600 to go now. Philatelic ahead in front to Alabama Fox. Frosty Girl still travelling along, and now McDonald just starting to ease her off heels of the 2 in front, and Pictor being reined up by Berriers last of all. Around the turn, Philatelic, Alabama Fox, and Frosty Girl chimes in nicely 3 wide. 2 further back to Pictor, really being revved up. Frosty Girl now to 300 metres, went up to join Alabama Fox, 2 lengths away to Pictor in a more threatening position. Frosty Girl just in front of Alabama Fox. Frosty Girl pushed right out and protects her on beat.
136.
Now 3 to 3, Frosty Girl winning it by a length to Alabama Fox. Pictor third, and Philatelic weakened out.
136.
Clear last.
Frosty Girl makes it 3 starts for 3 wins, gives them all weight, and a beating first up at $1.80 under the J-Mac.
136.
Yeah, nice performance, wasn't it? She's all style, this filly, and love the way she goes about it. Pins the ears back, and you can see him.
So 1, 3, and 6. The 7 was a bad idea because of the jock. So 1, that worked. 1, 3, 6. Anyway, that happened. We go to the next. Here, number 4. Eagle Farm. One 382. So again, it is like this. So these tracks, this is the problem. It's an 1800 meter, all right. Up till 1800 meters, the linears do win. Up till 2000 meters, they do win. There is no problem them winning, but this is the same thing here. Okay, this where is that? That was Eagle Farm, I think. The one that we were doing at Eagle Farm here. Warwick Farm, sorry. So it is the same thing. That 6, which was the favorite from gate number 7, was at a 9%, mirroring a 23% was a linear. Did not get there. Why? Because of this gate. All right. It's the same arrangement. That 7 is at 6%. It is a linear. It's got the physics and mathematics and everything. But for gate number 7, that pressure is not adequate. I mean, either it had to go on an advantage or it had to go on a high pressure. This is a bad idea. This one from gate number 7, I doubt that'll work. I doubt that'll work. Like right now, if we do this, you see, these are the heavier, these are the semi heavier. So this one is here, okay, and this is a 70, this is a 175, which is at 6. Then we have a 5-year-old mare, which is also 175, but it's a drop in class at negative 33. Forget that. Here the 2, which is from gate number 6, a 4-year-old gilding, is at negative 77. So it is not in the right frame today. It is not the right frame. Where this is gate number 7, which is here. The 1 is not in the right frame. $1,800. Six, 4. There's a jock on this horse, which is good. And there's no jock on this. The 3 is the highest rated. It is an 1800 meter. This is the EW. That's a drop in class, unless it puts everything upside down and wins, which may not be the scene today. They're like that, 58%. So the other thing that could be possible is 009, 38, 31, 49. The 3 is better, I think. The 3 is better. 3 is better. Then these are falling down. So work 1, 32, 178. 32. 3 is better, I think. 3 is better. We'll see how it works. The 3 I like 3. Definitely. Kevin Globe Derby 1 win. Display harness globe. I don't know whether that will give me a copyright, Lee. These tracks are very dicey. I just don't want to put them on because we don't want to lose the channel. If they give us a copyright strike, we are upside down. We had a very tough scene with Hong Kong. We had a very, very tough scene with Hong Kong. So I'm a little scared. That's all that I am. I mean, we don't want to get there. We don't want to get there where, whatever we are doing just is gone. I mean, three is better. Yes, three is better. Three is better, as in I think the problem is it's a linear. All right, it's a linear, but being a linear at a 6% pressure from gate number 7 is it's a linear which is at 6%. We are here today. These tracks, they generally are, the thing is, we haven't been racing these races for a very long time. It's been a very long time that we've raced here at Warwick Farm and Eagle Farm and all that. But the point is this, that here, whatever we do on Saturday, you'll have to just put everything upside down and then look at it. And that's a huge contrast. I mean, on Saturdays, we're looking at, the horses with 200% pressure, 250% pressure. Now you're looking at a horse with 2% pressure. And we want that horse to win. So that's a lot of but there are a few things which are pretty much there, that certain things will not generally, on an average, they're not working. I kind of checked with the tracks that we generally do. So gate number 5 to gate number 10, if you have a horse, you need pressure on that horse or equal amount of advantage. So if you're looking for a horse between gate number 5 to 10, you're either looking at 70 plus on pressure side, or you're looking at, equal amount of advantage from those gates. EW4. What is 4? John is dangerous. John picks up stuff which are dangerous. The 4 is a 0-0. There is a very strong chance that the 4 will be there. There's a strong chance that the 4 is going to be there. It's a 0-0. And this is gate number 2, 6, 17. This one is at 33, but I don't know. It's a very strong drop on its class. There's a very strong drop. This may not be a great thing. Out of 1 is gate number 7 at 6%. This is gate number 3, 0, 38. 4 is a strong chance, maybe, but they are also like that. The jockey 4 is sleeping. 6 is better than 4. 6 is better than 4. Yeah, but they are like that. The kind of, I mean, if that 6. And this is again tricky. Why? Because it is gate number 1. There's going to be a lot of traffic. You have to have a jock which is there. Possible. The jock is there. We'll see how it ends up. Everybody needs a good ride. The 4 is a 7-year-old gelding. I know you like these horses, and it has. I mean, honestly speaking, John, it has the. It is one of the horses. So there's a possibility you're not wrong in what you're talking about, but the problem is that they're like that, along with your thing. They're like that. So winning is difficult, but this is difficult. This I don't know. So things can go wrong in multiple ways, but the one definitely is in trouble. The one I don't know. Let's get a poll. Let's see what people has to say. Eagle Farm.
Pick it up before. Money suggests it might be doing that today. Away from it, just nibbles. Laraday 650 to 10 back to 950. And then Blumstein number 6 is 18 to 20 back into $18. Magic Island number 9 for CJ Graham 21 into 18. Even specs for Golf of Tamini 4 and Royal Charge number 5. Chief support with Mr. Buster. It's best bet of the day for David. We join him.
Thought he'd win on his run at Doomben 2 weeks ago, Mardo. Thanks. He ran second to Man of the Town. Man of the Town got all the favours with the box seat. Mr. Buster had to come from last off the outside gate. And Mr. Buster running Man of the Town to about a half a length in that assignment at Doomben. So today he comes to Eagle Farm. Maloney stays with him. Goes up in distance. There's a tick there. And the support's been very strong. I was going to say, Lucky Shopper got 460 yesterday. That's when they put up and the prices were released. He was 250 this morning. He's always been fraction odds against. But then all of a sudden he flipped over the line to be in red figures, and now he's at $1.70 on tab number 1. The 3 Rock the Sunrise now has a 4 in front of its price, $4.20. Number 8 Throttle Response 850. The plan is to ride it more forward. Circumstances permit. The 2 Laraday, who was a $5 charge this morning, it's almost doubled its price, now $9.50. To the betting, it's all about Mr. Bus. It was all about Lady Milan in the previous race, but she was unluckily beaten. Going under by a short half head after twice trying to secure a run of the straight and missing out both times and then driving late. So she was stiff to say the least, Lady Milan. And we're just about ready to go. Throttle Response of Magic Island with the last 2 to move up. First leg of the main quaddy with the 7 races today. With the rail position, the distance here 1,800 metres, but they move the barriers up. All in now. Favourite Mr. Buster in the bet. They're off and racing. And Rock the Sunrise began well. Magic Island's got speed. Going forward to Bloomstein. Royal Charge not too far away. They're very tightly bunched early. Throttle Responses pushing forward steadily. Then Laraday, Golf of Tamini. And Maloney allows Mr. Buster to float back to the tail end of the field. Heading down the back straight to approach the 1,400 metres. And Magic Island, Royal Charge and Throttle Response 3 wide, going up outside that lead pair. And they kick away that trio by 2 to Rock the Sunrise. The second favourite is 4th outside of Mr. Bloomstein. Bloomstein over on the rail in 5th. Then Golf of Tamini, followed by Laraday. And Mr. Buster just minding his own business, bowling along at the tail end, but he does spot the leaders around 8 lengths start. They head up to the far turn, 1,000 metres from the judge, and Magic Island. The jock was happy to keep the lead. Throttle Response in second, trailing by length and a quarter. About 2.5 away third, Bloomstein inside of Royal Charge. 2.5 to the next pair, Gulf of Tamini inside of Rock the Sunrise. Then came Mr. Buster, who's now actually over on the inside of Laraday, who's about to make a 3-wide move. 700 metres left to go. The leader, Magic Island, trying to do it all of the way. Shows out from throttle response, leads at both 3/4. Bloomstein pushed in third. Laraday trying to make ground wide, and then Rock the Sunrise. Mr. Buster following them. He'll come really deep into the straight. He needs to get a bit of a move on the favourite by the same token. Gulf of Tamini was pinching inside runs, and Royal Charge had dropped off. They're fully homeward bound. Throttle response led the way from Bloomstein. On the outside, Laraday, Mr. Buster, putting in strongly. Maloney happy to ride hands and heels, and Rock the Sunrise trying to go with Mr. Buster. But Mr. Buster, he shot clear, and the favourite is home and hosed.
1-1-1-1.
A soft win. Then
1-8.
response. Third rock, fourth Bloomstein. Then Gulf of Tamini, Magic Island, Laraday, along margin of Royal Charge.
183.
First
6.
for the import, Mr. Buster. And its second career win, start number
1836.
85 days after the only previous success. Under Ryan Maloney, heavily back pace, $1.70 across the touch speed. Throttle response, Rock the Sunrise, 6th run, 4th.
Can you believe that? Well, that's what it is. It was a linear 1, 8, 3, 0. Man, there's nothing but this gentleman is nuts. This gentleman is nuts. I mean, he's been handicapped in that way, but that's okay. One. We go to the next. Then Warwick Farm. 3. 5, 7, 8 also crashed. 1, 2, 3, 6. So this one is a 7-year-old gelding, but it is actually good. It is actually good. I don't know. We'll see how it works. The three, it's the same thing again. So here, if we see what happened here on this particular one, that one went through with gate number 7 with that pressure. Up till 2000 meters, that's linear, and I think it was ridden rightly, and they did not rave the horse. It was lying back. They did not rave. They did not do anything of that sort. Wherein 9 was getting raved. You cannot rave that horse. So this depends on the jock. This depends on the jock. It was far back. It was not even trying to do anything. And then at the last 400 meter, the jockey pulled it up because it got through like an advantage. But this, it had the opportunity of doing it because it was an 1800 meter. Here, it is not an 1800 meter. It is a 1300 meter from gate number 7 with that pressure. So he'll have to rave that horse. He will have to rave that horse. The problem is this is a good one, but and it's a dedicated jock on this horse. Okay, there's a dedicated jock on this horse. So this is all good, but it's a 7-year-old gelding. It's difficult to take a call on this horse. This is the other one, which is here, and the 2 from the gate number 10 is with the pressure, but it is like that. So 46. And nobody has spoken about the 4. So the 4 is the EW, which is up here at 54. Why that is not there within the odds is something that I don't know, but how that will fit in is also a question. 7 + 6 is this one. 7, 5. It's a difficult call to take on that 3. I think 1 is the right odd. I think so. 1, 4, 9, maybe 1, 4. 9 is a 6, 6. So 1, 4, 1, 6, 2, 50, 50. 3, 7. This is 1, 6, 2. 5. 30. Way more advantage for any other horse here for that class. Why it will not get there? The 4 is a check. But out of these 2, I think 1 is the right odd because, that's a 7-year-old gelding. I don't know what it'll do, but it's definitely a better, it's definitely a better horse. We'll see how it works. I'm going to be out. That happens, Biswa. That happens. Warwick 5. Let's see how it works. These. But let me ask you something. Do you really like these tracks? If you do, then I'll do more of these tracks. We often get them, but I avoid them because of what they are. But if you like them, we can do these tracks on one of the days.
Bartov, the on top of Fadamo, 340 down to 240, clear mover at the tab fixed. Let's have a look at the late action for the bookies. Last 15 minutes, Bartov is $2.90 to $2.40, attracting good interest everywhere. The replicant 440 under 5, back into $4.80 to support, climb the ladder, 8.50 into 7. Ivan 7 out to 11, back into 9.
We'll be back in a jiffy from the washes.
Bartov, fairly tried here, rises 3 kilos, but gets J-Mac first time over.
Yeah, it does so, Marto, although J-Mac, he struggled to ride some winners at the moment. He's had a very quiet period the last 3 or 4 weeks, but look, we know his class, and sometimes the results just don't go your way. I've seen too many poor rides, to be honest, so it's just the way it goes sometimes. Variance, they call it. And, look, I think he comes through the right form line, and love the effort behind Golden Strand latest. I think he's ready to win. The extra 100 metres looks ideal, and the fact we're on a pretty fair track today is also a positive for him.
Sport with the bookies, climb the ladder. What's the red horse 4? Was off a freshen last time out. Presents fitter today. Drops 2 kilos for the Sydney return for Chris Waller.
Yeah, he looked really exciting early on, and he just hasn't quite gone on with the job. Look, he bumped into Emerada there last time at Sandown. That's a really progressive, exciting horse. So that form on looks okay. Did get every possible chance, though, with a very soft lead that day.
And Ivan's Hero Spect as well off early drift for the Blinkers first time, horse 9. Let's get to Darren.
Side draw. He's got blinkers today for the first time, and he goes into this 4th up. The replicant parked in barrier 1. He's had a long preparation. They're off and racing Now Andy jumped fairly the replica, then Jojo's son began sharply, and it looks like the roughie might lead. Ivan Zero quickly on the scene going to second, then Believe in Angels front takes the other. Further back to Climb the Ladder the replica, and Bartoff's allowed to settle back last of all, about 5 or 6 off the lead. 1,000 to go. Jojo's son a bit keen, really slowing the tempo, and Frontex with shades on today. Charged up on the outside, and Frontex will take the lead away from the roughie Jojo's son. Ivan Zero back to third, 2 off to Believe in Angels, then Climb the Ladder. A length end of the replicant, and the heavily back favourite Bartoff sits last, only about 4 or 5 lengths off the lead. So Frontex didn't go on with the job, allowing Jojo's son to kick through on the inside and leads by a head now on Frontex. Ivan Zero pushing out wide from Climb the Ladder. The replicant driving into restricted room. Then Believe in Angels, and Bartoff big cover straightening for home. Into the straight, Jojo's son from Frontex. Ivan Zero Climb the Ladder. Bartoff 2 off them, given a real wind up by James McDonald, and quickly he sprints hard. Bartoff charging past Frontex. Good gap back to the rest, but a big win to Bartoff. The money was spot on. Beating Frontex. Third's interesting here. Ivan Zero wide in the replicant. Very little in that. Then Climb the Ladder, Believe in Angels, and Jojo's son.
Bartoff sprints straight on by and gives J-Mac a race-to-race double. And it's impressive, chalking up its 4th win at start 12, Dobo.
Yeah, lovely momentum building ride from J-Mac down the middle of the track, and as you said, heavily backed. And never looked like him beaten, really. Showed him a clean set of heel.
One was the right odd. The 3 was too old. 1, 2. One, 2. We'll go to 5th one here. Five, 9, 11, 6. Here also that happened, right? In that race. Should be 5. Should be 5. This is 5, 35, 23, 70. Those are all possibilities. I don't know which one. This is in a bad state. This is in a lot better state. This is in the best state, but this is where they also fail from. So, five should win. That's the linear. Five should win. And JMac paid off. So you see how JMac works. You see how JMac is. With JMac, with JMac, it gets dicey with when he doesn't have the advantage. His style is he's going to come from the back. His style is he's going to come from the back. But whenever he has a horse that needs to lead, that's when he goes wrong. He needs a low pressure horse. That's exactly what I was talking the other day when J Mac was on that horse. 1600 meter, 163.45. Three is not bad actually. Three has advantage. So I've got. I'll explain. Let the music stop. Let the music stop. I'll explain. I'll explain. What is on earth going on with these guys? I'll explain the three, just let the music stop.
Chase, you're wondering where race 6 on the queue
Okay,
on
so
Lakeside, when they've gone back a race.
the three is good. We'll see how that works. We're measuring something else on these horses. I still have to wait for today. Here the one won because here we also had that. So we'll see how that works. This 3 is the highest here.
market at 50.
This is new, all right. This is new that we have. We're calculating, the advantage on sections. So, like this one is 0, it becomes 0. So one of the highest probably has a chance. So the 3 is, you're right, the 3 is there. It also has advantage. The 6 is like that. This is much higher. So if the 5 goes through with that, which is probably the lowest, this is the other one.
That's when a key rival went through, and that's He-Man off a first up win at the Sunshine Coast.
5 has little leverage, race 5 equal. Little. Yes, 5 has 9.4. It's that. The leverage is very high on this horse, but it doesn't have a jock, which is a problem.
Just edging out a tad as we approach start time, but still in full command of the betting. The second pick is number 9, Puff and Harry. Was well back last week. Double figures in, supporting in today at $6.
This we are calculating new. After today, we will have a little more clarity on how that works, and we'll try to do this again on Saturday, and we'll figure out. And I'll explain after the races how that works, if it actually works.
The favourite, Pharaoh's Prophecy, but it is going to run a clear-cut favourite. Should be able to bowl to the front and take catching. Beaten 13.50 first up at Doomben. I would say it was a better fielder than what it's opposed to today as well. And it has won of the mile at Doomben last campaign. So on a day with a 10.5 metre rail, as I was saying earlier, I know Mr. Buster came from last, but I think he's more the exception than the rule. I think it is an advantage to be on speed in the fence here today. Only 3 or 4 to move in. Last few coming up now for the 5th race today. Now $2, number 5, Pharaoh's Prophecy. So hitting black figures right at the off. Pharaoh's Prophecy goes up in the on-track gold colours. He's for the girls. The last one in. The starter now has a complete line. Red light turned on. Race 5 of 7 at Eagle Farm. Racing. Starters alike. They bounced as one. And the favourite Pharaoh's Prophecy, the first to go, with Promiscuous Girl grabbing the trail behind it. Ready to ignite nicely away. Golden Cross going forward today. They're followed then by Puff and Harry, trying to angle into a spot about 5th one off the rail. Then came He's for the Girls, races on the outside of Lavati, and Two Awaken Tilda's Love last of all. Heading down the back straight, they've gone through the first 400 metres. Pharaoh's Prophecy in front. He's bowling along comfortably, leading from Golden Cross in second. And Promiscuous Girl sliding through along the rail to be third. Ready to ignite in a close fourth, and right behind that pair was Puff and Harry. Then Lavati inside of He's for the Girls at Contilda's Love, 2 lengths away in last position, around 6 to 7 off the lead. Pharaoh's Prophecy controls the ball at the halfway mark and had a length to spare over Golden Cross. And Ready to Ignite came away from the rail, went up 3 wide, a fair way from home too. Promiscuous Girl trailing in 4th on the fence. Puff and Harry moving to the picture, 5th as they went by the 600 metres. Then He's for the Girls, Lavoni, and Contilda's Love whips them in. Up to the turn now, 450 left to run, and Pharaoh's Prophecy wheeled the bend and set sail home in the lead from Golden Cross, Ready to Ignite. Puff and Harry comes to the outside. Promiscuous Girl not travelling well. Down the outside, He's for the Girls. Pharaoh's Prophecy the leader. Puff and Harry's making an impact on the outside. Then Golden Cross, Pharaoh's Prophecy is still in front. Puff and Harry might be peaking now. Golden Cross still raising an effort, and Contilda's Love right down the outside. Pharaoh's Prophecy in front, but Golden Cross grabs on the line from Contilda's Love, who was balked to the last 50 metres. Then came Promiscuous Girl. Puff and Harry loomed up, but he peaked on his run late. Then He's for the Girl.
851.
And Ready to Ignite dropped out and ran last.
Golden Cross for Robbie Dolan wears down Pharaoh's Prophecy and pays big, 21.80 plus across the totes. Pharaoh's Prophecy 130. Contilda's Love did get
851.
around the 100 metre mark when charging him.
The horse. This was the second linear. It could not take in 37. Why? Because it was raved from the gates, and it's a 434 meters lost gas. Anyway, that happened. So about this, okay, this is basically when we have some pressure on any of the horses. Now, those horses have three different sections. So we've got the horse, the base section, which is from the gates. This is mid section, and this is the final section, which is we calculate the horsepower. I mean the pressure. So the higher the pressure, it is better. Okay, the higher the pressure, it is better. But there is a fourth section. The fourth section is like this: that when like I was talking about Mooney Valley, in Mooney Valley, what we have seen is none of the high pressure horses work. So why it doesn't work? Because the straight is about 126 or 130 meters or something on those lines. It's about 150. So the high pressure horses, they take about 150 meters to build up the pressure, right? The pressure will be delivered, but they need 150 meters from the last bend. From the last bend, it needs 150 meters to build up that pressure and then attack the line. So this is the calculation of that 150 meters. This is from gates. This is the midsection. This is the final pressure that we have. But this is calculating the 150 meters that we generally have. In this particular case, we are calculating this on 200 meters. So because it is 434, so I have taken roughly 200 meters for the pressure buildup. So the higher it is, it'll take more length to, the higher it is, it'll take more length to build up that pressure. All right. So like this is 0, 0. It'll take more length for to build up 0. We can't compare that, but for 98, it'll take more length, approximately 24% more than 9. Then it is like that. So the 8 here was in a kind of a situation which is like it'll take less it'll take less length to build up the pressure, which ideally is right because the pressure is also low. All right. But this is the calculation of how low we can go. So this should give us an idea about the track, how the track is working. So that's why I was looking at the 3, because that was the highest. That means it will take the least amount of length to build up the pressure. Because though we can see 2 of these horses which are there, this is from gate number 10, but that's the lowest. But in this one, it did not happen. The 8 actually went through, then it is 5, then it is 1, which is up here. So all the pressure horses went through. Because it's a 434 meters. But what happened here with these 2 horses is that this is 24 and this is 43. All right. So it's still not in a position where this is readable properly. This has to be done in a way so that it is easily compared. Right now, it's just raw data that is calculating. Like for each and every data, we first calculated. It is not fictitious data. This is all calculated with multiple tracks, and then finally we have the pressure, the the body weight, the torque, and all that. It is after calculating through multiple tracks. So this is how we have done it from the day one. We put the calculation, we see the accuracy. Once we have the accuracy, then we fine tune that depending on the track or the distance that we are playing. So we'll go to the next here at Warwick Farm. That was race number 4, right? $5.14, $9.10. That is very far for a 5-year-old. $5.14 is the right odd. This one is way too far. It is from gate number 16. 14 is okay. As the jock, 5.14 is the right odd. This is the linear 5.14 and then probably 10. If it falls here, it'll be 10. But then we have these 2 horses which are misfit. It's a drift, but with pressure that is a misfit, and they're kind of not in a great state. So we'll stay out of that. It should be 5.14, 10. And that's what? 1200 meters? No, that is not the one. 1600 meters. So yeah, 5.14. 10, 46, 48. Yeah, 5.14, 10. It is probably that. I'm like the 1. There's no 1. Where's 1? This is 7. And this is pressure. The 126, 6, 180, 100. How will you beat that horse on a 1600 meter? But you never know. These guys are champions of destroying races. 5 is the linear. Will work, should work. All that is there. This is the second linear. These are misfits. Apart from that 11, the 11 is okay. The 11 is okay, but these two, this one is definitely a misfit. The 17 from gate number 1 it's not even there within the odds, so we will not talk about it, but that's a misfit. It cannot be on that pressure. This one is the second linear. It can be there. It's like that, 5, 10, 7. So yeah, if 5, 10, 7 should be that. 5, get number 3, 14 with the advantage, and then falling back here 10. Probably. Let's see.
From the good draw, stepping up in trip, she can be a lot closer. She won second up at a mile last campaign. And I thought with the favourite, Hertzfield's the Grab, just staying at a mile, thought she might be a little bit too sharp for in that last little bit, so that's what I'm hoping. So on full howl, on top of that horse, 14, 5, 10 and 9, my numbers. I thought
okay, the last one.
Was the danger. I can see
that's the
Eagle. Might be looking for a little bit further now, but does Matt to get a good run and pretty lightly raced, yet to miss the top 3 in 6 starts to date. 10, Heed the Omens. I thought the last start effort was a lot better as a horse that's been hard to catch in the past, but like the way closed off at the Valley last time, and he'll be strong late here with Nash aboard. And I've thrown in the 9, Cosmic Lad, next best. Does need things to work out from that wide draw, but next pick for me. But 14, 5, 10 and 9, happy to make full howl the best of the day at the odds.
Last 15 minutes with the bookies. Hurstville Zagreb is $2.90 out to $3. Full howl is $3.30 to $3.40. Good support for Cosmic Lad in your mix for Joe Pride, Adam Hieronymus, Davo. $6.50 out to 7. Back into $5.50. Struck traffic first up, then got home nicely.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? And look, he's been having a pretty good preparation, this 5-year-old, and like the way he's been going about it. He needs luck from that draw, but he's on the home track today. He's got a good turn of foot on his day as well. Certainly, if he gets a good run, bit of cover throughout, there he is on his toes. He can finish the race off really strongly in his right distance range here.
And for those after one at longer odds, number 7 has plenty of fans. Zen Master, $16 into $11. Presents here third up, should be Cherry Ripe, and has won here at Warwick Farm.
Yeah, it has done, and I thought the last start effort was certainly solid. Craig Harmony, a lot of his runners go around over the odds, and this horse beat Depth of Character back in February at the track, beat Heed the Omens that day as well, so certainly like the last effort behind Brosnan. Exclusive Artist should have beaten them all that day and has run well out of that race since, so form looks okay and should sort of make his own luck close to the speed.
Keen on the full howl though, number 14. One that sold previous second go at Hawkesbury at the 1600, beating 7 subsequent winners.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the key is just going to be how close she can get in the run here. As long as she can take up a position, she normally jumps pretty well. And J-Max certainly in the groove today, which is good to see. So hopefully he can bring up the hat-trick here.
Wrapping up the early qualities, starting the main one with Darren.
It's pretty well graded. Beat him in this grade. And Cosmic Lad, not much luck last time, goes in and has been back late. There's the light. We're ready. They're off and racing down before the Warwick Farm. One of the first into stride. June Bug is there, and now Zen Masters whipping up on the outside. Ballistic Kid settles fourth on the outside of Full Howl. It's pretty handy to the main body of the field. Couple off to Cosmic Lad, who was just pulling a little bit there, and now it's ongoing for Cosmic Lad, so Hieronymus needs to switch him off. Heed the Omens drops back, and Cloister's the last runner. Favourite leads here, Hurstville Zagreb from Ballistic Kids, who got to second. June Bug railed to third, and Zen Master was happy to take a sit in fourth. 2 further back to the fancied Full Howl in front of Heed the Omens, Cosmic Lad, and Cloister sees them all about 10 off the lead. Hurstville Hurstville Zagreb down the Georges Riverside, lead by a half on Ballistic Kid. Then Junebug into a clear third, a half the outside to Zen Master. Two further back to Full House, pretty relaxed in the run. In advance of Heed the Omens, Cosmic Lad travelling better now. And Cloisters last of all about 8 off the lead. 600 to go. Hurstville Zagreb, the favourite, rolling in the lead for Zach Lloyd. By a half on Ballistic Kids now. Full House stoked up and giving chase going to third, followed by Junebug, Zen Master, and Cosmic Lad takes off, getting a trail around the turn. Hurstville Zagreb rolls off the fence, shows the way, beating up Ballistic Kid. 2 or 3 for the back to Full House, not picking up. Hurstville Zagreb full of running at the 200 by 2 lengths on Ballistic Kids, then Junebug. Full House only battling, and Cosmic Lad down the outside, but Hurstville Zagreb strikes today. That's a big all the way win.
5:14.
Going at the end to get up and run second. In a three-way go.
5:14.11.
For third, Cosmic Lad just missed out, followed by Zen Master, Heed the Omens, and Cloisters was one of the last to finish.
5:14.
Hurstville Zagreb zooms away for Zach Lloyd and puts that away quickly at 3:40 and 150.
5:14.
Second, close for third between 11 Ballistic Kids and 17 Junebug. They look for two.
Gatekeeper had all of them. 5:14.11, I think.
Zagreb lifts its career record to 3 wins through 7 over.
5:14.
By Zach Lloyd, he was able to take control of the race down in front and get some very
5:14.11.
race, which can happen at Warwick
I think
Farm.
so.
Meanwhile, Full Howl, who jumped just as well as him, was sort of 3 or 4 lengths off, and I think J-Mac realised that the 700 is in a bit of pressure here. He took off early, he used all his juice and shed up and left, so outridden by Zach Lloyd.
5 and 14 were okay. But then the 11 came in, which is a 0-0. 14. The 10 did not work. Eleven was okay. 11 was okay. This was a misfit. 22. This was not the one. 5:14. 9 was very far. And this is actually a good horse. This one. This one actually is a good horse. 11. From gate number 11, a 6-year-old gelding getting third with that advantage in that condition is not bad. But 5:14 was there. Okay, we'll go to the next at Eagle Farm. Three, 1, 6, 7. So the 3 is the favorite, and it's in a very good hand. That's true. It's from gate number 1. That is also true. That is also true. But it's a neutral. Neutral, if we have to go with a neutral, that's difficult. I mean, I don't know if that'll work, because see, 7 is the linear, which is here with a lot of pressure. There's a lot of leverage. It is coming from gate number 3. That's that. This is from gate number 9. It's a good one. It's not bad. It's got a jock and everything, with a dedicated jock on this. This is a dedicated jock. So if but then again, it is from gate number 9. 3 is the favorite. This can go wrong. This can go wrong. This can go wrong. This is from gate number 1. It's not clear. It's not clear. The 7 is there in some form, but how that'll work is if we let that go, because it's a 6-year-old mare. Then it is 7. Then it'll fall where 6 is 6-year-old gelding, and this is also 6-year-old gelding, but this is from gate number 2. There's no jock. There's a little bit of this is probably the second. The 1 probably is the second, but 3, whether 3 will win, I don't know. 3 winning could be difficult, because from gate number 1, that pressure, then it is competing with almost everyone. Then it is competing with everyone. This one, all that will happen. 1 EW is better, I think. 1 EW. 1 probably is the right odd. 1 is the second. But 3, whether 3 will win, that's a questionable thing. 1 probably is the second. 11 in the third, you're saying. 11 in the third. Possible, but that's too much of a thing. It's a 6-year-old mare, gate number 5. I don't know. The problem is whether 3 will win. 1 probably is the right odd. It is falling, because this is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 6. It's falling, but it is also falling here. It is better, and that's the fall. That's 8% here. So that probably is the second, but 3 winning could be difficult, because in that case it is directly fighting with this 5-year-old gelding, which is with a lot of pressure. Whether this will win or this will win, the pressure will talk. It's a linear 361. Whether this will win, I don't know. Whether 3 will win is also a difficult proposition. 1 probably is an EW. 1 is the right odd. Rest everything could be, maybe.
Race number 6 from Eagle Farm is the Brisbane Broncos.
That's the reason. It is like red. I kept it orange, but it is like red.
The other one in single figures is $8 out to $9. Protest dismissed at Strathalbyn, second V first, so the 12-year-old retains the race. Francis Boyle, race number 6 at Strathalbyn, protest second against first dismissed. Placing stand 1, 3, 2, 4. Over Trail and Lakes Mintaka here at Eagle Farm to go back to back as we join him.
3 is definitely questionable.
Second last race today.
1 is there, probably in the chaos.
At this distance,
But
2 weeks ago with Jason Murray.
3 is definitely questionable.
Now meets Town Cry 3 kilos better for beating it. So I think with that in mind, you can make a good case that Mintaka Land could win again. That day they rode him stone.
1 will not win, Lee. 1 is an EW, 1 is in between.
Rode Mintaka Land cold and he responded to that, but just the way the track's playing today.
1 is where the pressure drops. Okay.
Too far
the 6 is lower, but it is also like that.
Town Cry solid at 270.
This is where it drops. So this probably is like that. This one is a 6-year-old mare.
The first one by Galloping could be described as a quaddy killer.
That was 4.
And they're moving in well. 1,200 metres ahead of them.
1 will not win.
Complete the line, and then the starter will be in a position to release them for race 6 today. Don't forget Tennis Doomben on Saturday, coinciding with Tom's place. Dirty Nancy goes up, Jake Bayless brings her forward, Mashani Renegade moves in for Ben Thompson. They're set to go. 3 Town Cry, the favourite at 270. And the starter has the button. They're off and racing. Town Cry on the inside began well. Mintarkaland began reasonably well, just being allowed to find his feet early. Coming across to be second as they go to that first bend was King of Naples. Mintarkaland might be able to hold leaders back. Bashani Renegades 3 deep. Then outsmarted Zelgari and Dirty Dancing. Two things to point out. One, they're tightly bunched, you can see that. And two, they're not going hard. Short of 800 left to run. And Town Crier on a strong raid. Leads King of Naples by a head. 3 wide Bashani Renegade. Exposed, but at least the pace isn't overly fast. Mintarkaland, fourth offence, getting a cosy run. Following Town Crier, but will need some gaps to come soon. Outsmarted between runners, and then came Zelgari and Dirty Dancing right behind Mintarkaland. They straightened for home, and Town Crier raced to the lead. From the outside, trying hard, King of Naples. Mintarkaland chain away from the inside. Comes into the clear, starts to run on fairly well. And down the outside was Zelgaria. Town Cries in a good run. King of Naples not giving up. Wide of Mintarkaland not reaching them. Dirty Dancing up on the inside. Town Crier gripping on. In front end, Town Crier. Beat Dirty Dancing. Mintarkaland.
3-11.
Fourth under Zelgaria or King of Naples. Bashani Renegade and outsmarted. Trailed them home.
So Town Cry, number 3, home for its 6th win at start 19 from Annie Hoisted. Daniel Moore, 3 beats 11, beats 1 home for third, 6 probably rough.
3-11-1.
$3 and $1.70 for Town Cry, Dirty Dancing at $3.60. 6 races down, 1 race to come with David.
3, then 11. 11 got there from gate number 5. I mean, can you believe that? 3-11. This was a 6-year-old mare. I had no faith, but that's the advantage. That's the highest advantage. 3-11, then 1. 6 was not there. 7 could not get there. 7 was not in a position today. These horses are like red. But that generally doesn't work every time. We've seen, even if they do not have the right form, they at times they do the thing. Anyway, that was 6. We'll go to Warwick Farm. 5th, I think. Warwick Farm 5th. 1, 6, 7, and 3. For what joy, this thing has a little pressure on this horse. So 1 is the only one which is handicapped, okay? 1 is the only one which is handicapped. The rest of the horses are not handicapped. This is the only one which is handicapped to a level which is almost nothing. So it's at 2100 meters. Okay, the 5-year-old mares are very good on that, but the difficulty is huge on this horse. The difficulty is huge for a 2100, 2200 meter. These horses, the 5-year-old mares, are fabulous on this particular distance. But I mean, I don't know if this will work because the difficulty is huge. Plus, it is not that it is doing great. 144, 144. This is 140. This is both. This is 2. Plus this is also 1. So now look at this. Okay, so 1 is the favorite, which is also 144, and 7 is also 144. 1 is on pressure, which is like that, and this is not. And these horses are very good at this particular distance, this 7. Will it win is a very difficult thing to assume, because the to win this, it has to be doing fabulous. Why? Because the difficulty is huge. The difficulty is huge. And it is going through a rough patch. It is going through a rough time. It's a drop in class. So if that works as an advantage, then there is nothing like it. But it's a risky one. It's a risky one. 1 is okay. And this is like that. Gate number 8. This is actually, if you look at the races of 2100, 2200 meters, you will see most of the races have been taken out by the 5-year-old mares. They are fabulous in this distance. I'm going to be out of this one. This is not looking great. This is not looking great. 1 is the favorite. If that wins, that wins. It's a linear, but is that actually a linear? It is like a drift, which is here. So that's that. And this one is this one. The difficulty is a lot. There's no difficulty on this one. So the odds are right. The odds are not wrong, but it's a question of a chance, because this distance have been with these 5-year-old mares. I'm going to be out on this. I'm going to be out.
3. $6.50 out to 7 and back into $5.50. Hasn't been that far away his last couple. Now into the 21.10 for the first time, I'd suit.
Yeah, look, he ran over the 1800 at Flemington going back in a listed race back in November last year and acquitted himself quite well there, beating 2 lengths behind opening address at Statuario. So, look, he's been building towards getting out to a distance. He goes 1600 to 21.10 quickly here, but he is fourth up into the preparation. He's had a tick over trial since that last run over a mile, and he could well be looking for this extra trip now.
Captain Maverick is the favourite. Doesn't win often, but overall boasts a pretty consistent record.
Yeah, he's consistent, isn't he? He was up 400 metres in distance last time as well, and he was able to take the running up that. So I expect him to be nice and positive from that low draw. Nash was aboard him there. Will be better for the rider on him here. And look, he's going to be hard to run down. I just thought Wounded might be the one with the unknown sort of getting to this trip. Might excel, might improve a bit more. We know where Captain Maverick sits. I still think Wounded's got a little bit more upside.
Here's Darren for the 5th.
And Mr. Fabulous locked away, and here's Wounded going forward. Wounded moving in. 220 is the call for Captain Maverick. It's been some near misses this preparation. Nash Weber on the favourite today again. Captain Maverick, barrier 4. And Sting in the tail now is the last to move in, completing the lineup of 8 runners here for the 5th race. There's the light now. Stand by for a break. Winds has changed direction a bit here. They're off and racing now. Sting in the tail, taken back at the start. Wounded jump well. We call me Magnifique and Captain Maverick poking through. Hammett's going to use the good draw. They're going to get a positive position turning out of the straight. In front of Dance. Then came Mr. Fabulous. Burgundy Girl's going to settle second last and several lengths back to Sting in the tail. Captain Maverick rolls forward now and Nash takes it to the front. And Call Me Magnifique gets to a clear second over racing. Hammett leaders back third. And the second favourite, Wounda, well positioned 4th. 1 out, 1 back. Clear from Dance. A half to Mr. Fabulous. 2.5 to Burgundy Girl. She's over racing a touch. Last of all is Sting in the tail, about 9 lengths off the lead. Inside the 1,400 metres, the favourite on top, Captain Maverick. It's been a long preparation for the captain, but looking for his first win in it. Leads out by 1.5 lengths to Call Me Magnifique, with Hammett poised in third. 1.5 lengths to 2 off further back to Wounda. A gap then to Dance on the inside of Mr. Fabulous. Sting in the tail and a head back on the outside to Burgundy Girl. So they're inside the halfway mark now. Captain Maverick rolling in the lead by 1.5 lengths to Call Me Magnifique. Then Hammett on a long rein third. 3/4 away to Wounda. 2 further back to Dance on the inside of Mr. Fabulous, creeping just a little bit closer at this point. They're followed by Sting in the tail and Burgundy Girl, the last one. So no change to the action, although Wounda comes out of its trailing position. Captain Maverick just in front. Call Me Magnifique eyeballs it once Wounda came out, and Wounda makes a line of 3. Mr. Fabulous stoked up going to 4th, followed by Hammett, Sting in the tail, Burgundy Girl, and Dance dropped out a bit. Captain Maverick turns in front from Call Me Magnifique, and on the outside is Little Wounda, followed by Mr. Fabulous. Captain Maverick at the 250, 2 lengths clear from Wounda. Then Mr. Fabulous, Call Me Magnifique. It's Captain Maverick all out, 1.5 lengths clear. Inside the 100 is Sting in the tail, letting rip with a big run late. Sting in the tail from a mile out. Captain Maverick on the line. Mr. Fabulous third. Then Wounda. Burgundy Girl was really warming up at the end, followed by Call Me Magnifique. Hammett didn't pick up, and Dance dropped out of it.
Sting in the tail.
7126.
And gives Zach Lloyd a race-to-race double over the top of the stablemate Cap.
Seven, 1, 2, 6. That is the magic of the 5-year-old mares that they do, That is the magic of the 5-year-old mares they do in this distance, this 7. This distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. I don't know why, but 2,100 meters, 2,200 meters, up till 2,000 meters, the linears are good. But after that, it is The 5-year-old mare is up till 2300 meters. That happened. Anyway, we'll go to Eagle Farm, the last race at Eagle Farm. Seven. Ten, 6, 1, 2. See, again, it's this horse which is which has a little bit of pressure, which is like that. The 7 is from gate number. The 17 is the linear, which is from gate number 12. It's a 4-year-old gelding. I don't know that'll work. I don't know if this will work. This definitely is dicey. The 13 is in question. What is that 13 to 1 of 5? 1400 meters. It's a benchmark 70. So, on a benchmark 70, these gates, I haven't seen them working, especially in that condition. They're basically all red. They're like that. Nine, 1, 0, 0, 9. That 13 is a check. That 13 is there in some form or the way. that 13 is there. Four is pretty soon. How will that work from those gates? I don't know. The 10, I don't know if that will win. But 13 is probably there, and there's a very strong chance the 8 might just go through. Thirteen probably is there in some form. The 13 is there.
Ryan Maloney riding for Tony Gollan in the Sokolsky. Yes, colours on the screen. Winner of 3 from 14 seems to enjoy racing around Eagle Farm. There's barrier 7 here today. He's recently trialled at Doomben after a disappointing run at the Gold Coast behind Lady Lucifer when well beaten. Expected to go close to winning. Good support for Voracious. Big weekend for Tony Gollan coming up. Of course, Hazantina was second favourite with Tab in the Cox Plate. Looking forward to hearing all his thoughts leading up towards the big one. Chief Witness is the second favourite for Harley Months and Months. Group 1 winning combination, of course, from the Winter 480 here. Good third, a couple of starts ago for this Son of Star Witness. Made a good ground behind Johnny Wolf. Then went to Doomben and got too far back behind Kundo. On the third line, betting $6 for Captain Finkel first up, and Good Lieutenant at $12 heads the rest favourite. Best backed one at odds, Connor Warrior's been 21 into 14. That's tab number 14. Thanks. At Eagle Farm to David Fowler. David's with 6-2, 13 and 1 in the last.
It's Captain Finkel, number 1. He's at $6. Double figures the rest. And they're just about all in. In fact, Good Lieutenant is the last one up. He seems for the other speed of the race. Running 1,400 metres. They're all in behind us on. Racing Brisbane. Good Lieutenant broke well, so too did Voracious. Social Outcast nicely away. Chief Finkel was next, then Chief Witness, who stranded early, followed by Connor Morris, Savannah Gangster, then Typhoon Tim, Existential Bomber, and Lion Class goes back to the tail. They head into the first bend, just over 1,000 left to run, and the two front markers are 1-2. That's Good Lieutenant and Voracious the outside. They lead by 2 to Social Outcast third, and Captain Finkel's led them to Smutty's fourth, one off the rail. A couple away Colorado outside of Savannah Gangster, and about 2.5 to Chief Witness, who keeps company with Typhoon Tim, and I'd suggest the Galloping's feeling good in the middle part. 3-way Existential Bomb and Lion Class whipped them in 8 off the lead. Heading up towards the 600 metres, Good Lieutenant and Voracious goes stride for stride with Captain Finkel, sweating on them in third to turn. Social Outcast being shaken up, then came Colorado to the outside, Chief Witness deeper, then Savannah Gangster, Typhoon Tim, Existential Bomb and Lion Class. On the outside, Voracious got by Good Lieutenant. Less than for any challenges. Chief Witness is running on fairly well. And then came Conowara. At the end of the others, Captain Finkel not doing enough. Voracious in front. Chief Witness was trying hard. Voracious still the leader. Holding Chief Witness. Social Outcast on the inside. Voracious in front. And I think just one. Social Outcast roughing the dive. Hard to see his head. Chief Witness, Pink Lake ran third, then Typhoon Colorado, Captain Finkel, Lion Class, Good Lieutenant, Savannah Gangster, and Existential Bomb is last over the line.
Then
Was left in front a long way from home after sitting outside the speed. Voracious
that was the right dog. Anyway, that happened. Let's call it a day, gentlemen. Let's call it a day. It's only 3 of us who are here, so I'll go, take a shower, get a shave, and be prepared for Saturday. So that is it. Let's call it a day, gentlemen. There's no point going with all those things. There are 2 more races to go here at Warwick Farm. We'll call it a day today. We'll check the results once those races are over. But thank you so much for being there, Dawes. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Kev Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Vishwa, thank you so much for being there, my friend.